I think this is working. I think this is working. Welcome on in. I hope you're good. As always, I hope the week, the Tuesday was good. Um, and so on. We have half a news, kinda. Roughly the same news as usual, but like half a news nonetheless. I don't know how long today's stream is gonna be. I'm gonna be honest right now. The heart is tight today, so we'll see what happens if it happens. Uh, yeah. So far, nothing specific. Uh, so, yeah, we'll see if that's of any impact to the activities of the day, which I have doubts will be impactful. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. It's just, it's a small thing. It is a small thing, but it's important nonetheless. We'll see when that happens. We have changed some teeny tiny things on OBS to see if it crashes the same way that it did on Monday. I think it will. So, the usual, the usual. And yeah, we have some teeny tiny news. I don't think these ones are gonna be visible through the regular side view of the phone, but we can still test it out. So the main point or the main thing that I have changed today or yesterday is having some visual representation of your mood inside of the app, right? We talked about that. We worked on that on Monday, but right now I have also changed the line, which is like really tiny at the bottom right here, to represent your mood as well. So when you're scrolling through something and you have like the same mood for everything, it's not going to be as visible as it needs to be. If you go into something like the perfume that has like a lot of variation in terms of you liked it in the morning, you disliked it in the afternoon, and so on, the line itself is going to take some waviness. So for this perfume specifically, I have went through all of the stages. So the top one is the one that you disliked the most, like the least aligned with yourself. And then when you go back in time in your timeline, you can realize that at the bottom, basically, the beginning of wearing the perfume, you were enjoying it, you were aligned with it. And then past the time, it's like less and less enjoyable. So that means that this perfume needs to have either layering options or something else. But yeah, I think that's cute. The thing that I'm not sure about is the icons that are linked to them, mainly because I added the sticker effect to it. Like I add sticker effect to everything, obviously. Um, but it feels kind of redundant with the fact that the icon for the entry type and the icon slash sticker for the mood are close together. It creates like a lot of noise. So I might remove the stickers out of this and just have the icon in the colors that it needs to be. So we'll see about that. But yeah, that is where we are today on this thing. It's fine. It's working. There is a ton of stuff that needs to happen. As said, I have Mizzy. Hi, welcome on in. I have added sub-level re-recommendation things, you know? So the algorithm thingy is going to be like a bit more oriented to your preferences by default, but then you can still change that. That's going to be for later. Um, it's going okay. It's not going great, but it's going okay, which is fine. Which is fine. Um, and then there are things that just need to happen, but I know how technical they are, um, and how unskilled I am. So, basically, the app is allowing you to wear multiple perfume at once, right? Because you can layer perfume together, and a lot of companies right now are going into the trend of individuality and making sure that you have a perfume that is like made by you for you in collaboration with you. and like you're the only one that has it, kind of thing. Like there is perfumers that are doing this. So layering is a strong thing right now where people are just taking a base that is kind of light and or um, different, like a woody base, and then on top of that they have something that is bright, like a mint or a citrus something to layer on top. And so right now, if you are layering a secondary perfume on top of this one, for example, you would simply have a second card behind it that says wearing second thing, and then in the collection view at the top you would have all of the perfume that you're currently wearing today. That's it. My ID right now is going to be having the ability to see that layering a bit better. Still having two separated cards here, but mostly in that like main perfume thing, I would have potentially at the time where there is a layering happening, have an entry in the journal entry that is related to layering. So that means, and that's a bit more complex to do, that's why the technicality is kind of annoying, but I would need to have the creation of a new journaling entry to a secondary perfume from the layering perfume. So that's the kind of complex thing. I don't think you're gonna make it. That's the kind of complex thing on today. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see if that's something that can happen at some point. It might be rigged today. I might land. Yeah. God day. It is rigged. It is rigged. That's it. Nothing to say. I mean, yeah. um, it was. I appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by. So yes, that's a thing that is pretty good, or pretty good feature to have to create like layering entries in the timeline entries, but that's like kind of annoying. And again, like the more I think about it, the more my journaling entry sheets, these things are positive. Like they look fine, but they are not great. So I need to figure something out to make sure that it's just working better. Uh, we'll see. I'll figure it out. I will figure it out at some point, but it's just like for now, it's debatable. Yeah, it could be good, but yeah, that's the thing. So you would have something that is like related to your layering options, probably adding like a tag to the entry and or marking the entry and presenting the entry inside of the journaling so that you can really track what happens. Um, but yeah, like that's where I am like right now. I have also changed some teeny tiny things in the performance of the app to make sure that it is smoother, but it's also like extremely complex for me as someone that has no skills in code to be able to just improve upon performance. That's just, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to do it, and I don't know how to use any AI assistant to do it for me because I don't know how to explain what needs to happen. So that's the usual thing, right? If you don't really know what is supposed to be done, you can't really prompt or ask an AI assistant to do it for you just because it doesn't have enough context. You can just say, well, it's not performant enough, but I don't know why. And that's too vague for what it is. So that is the situation. We'll see if that will change at some point. Basically, what I changed is the rendering of the stickers because they used to have a randomized angle, and that randomized angle was apparently redrawn. Hugo, hi, welcome morning. How are you? Yeah, redrawn every time, like, um, every time the view is rendering, so 60 hertz, 60 times per second, um, at that. So yeah, that's really wild. You are doing the exact same thing. Let's see if I drop again. Am I dropping with the same angle and landing? That's no, I'm missing it this time. For advice for the deuce time when I feel empty and without a clear direction. Am I making it again? God damn it. My bad. My bad. My bad. If like something jumping from goal to goal, never focusing on anything. The only stable thing I maintain day after day is my job, which is pretty good, but it's out of obligation. Um, is it because of you lacking motivation, or is it just something you're helpless and you don't really know why that happens? Because these are two different things, which again, medical advice, not really medical advice, but still could help. If it's something that is like helpless and you don't really know why it happens, that might be a bit of a depressive episode, which is fine. It happens. Um, if it is something that is like you lose motivation because the thing in question that you had as goals and achievements that you wanted to have, uh, that's just your brain might be on ADHD and might be just lacking the fact that, yeah, the focus on the thing doesn't give you the dopamine that you're looking for, and therefore um, you're not pushing through. 96.4 was pretty good though. Sorry, I'm just looking at my landing pad for a second. I think that's the only two times I landed on this game, so that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Um, but yeah, if you really are feeling empty, which happens, and you feel without purpose, without goals or direction to proceed, you can take a vacation. That's sometimes a good idea. You can look for interests that are different than the one that you currently have. And or one of the things that works for me um, is attempting things that I haven't yet. So yeah. Yeah, so that's a bit of an ADHD slash um, yeah, focus dilemma situation. So you're fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. That happens. Um, if you have plenty of projects already that you have started and then you have started working on and you can't find the willpower to continue working on and it's just too much, like it's too much at once and therefore you are stretching yourself thin and you don't have enough energy for everything because you want to do everything, but because you want to do everything you don't have enough motivation to do everything at once, and therefore you end up doing nothing, overwhelmed, as you said. So that's the thing. Um, one of the thinged things that worked for me, not directly, but kind of directly. My first project was Can, as in on my own, right? So I built this, and while I was building this, I had an idea for a secondary app. So I built the secondary app and it didn't work. So I came back to this thing. And then while I was still working on this thing, I had an idea for a website version of something that I had in mind. So I built the thing and I went the first 30%, 50% of the way through. And then I gave up because it didn't really give me enough motivation. So I went back to this. And then that happens. I built this um, mainly for the navigation at the bottom because that was the main point for me. I was trying to figure out how to do that split navigation thingy to have like a map at the top and a system underneath, and then having potentials like really easy uh, rotary dial thing at the bottom for the selection. Nonetheless, small details. So I built that, but I gave up after a while because it's the purpose and the output is not necessarily a good thing. So, like it's right there, whatever. And then I built many other things that are not on my phone anymore. And then I built this thing, which is kind of interesting, but not, you know, necessarily done. But I'm currently doing that most of the times. But like on Saturday, I had an ID and I built this. Um, I don't know if that will be something at some point, but it might, you know. So that's the type of thing that happens for me. I'm doing too much things all the time, always, and therefore I end up with no motivation to do stuff. Um, right, that happens. Let me read that. um, you want to learn Rust? What a concept! Oh my god! And don't worry, it's not bothering me at all. I just uh, it's important to talk about things nonetheless. Done many small projects following tutorials, reading documentation using AI, but I've never actually sat down to learn properly. That's fine. I mean, you don't need to sit down and learn um, to learn. You need to do in order to learn. So that's something that I can explain a bit if you want. Um, I think a short course, even a paid one, would serve as a guide and help me achieve small milestone. Yeah, so I'm gonna say this feeling that you have is a very, very, very common feeling amongst devs, and specifically junior devs that are just starting and they are in what is called the tutorial hell cycle, right? You follow a tutorial to do something, but you only know how to do something. Stony, hi, welcome. You only know how to do that thing, and then you are going from tutorial to tutorial to tutorial to tutorial, but you don't really learn what needs to happen. Is it, you know what? I'm gonna, if I land 3 times in a row, you can call it rigged, but I might, I don't know. Um, so if you want to learn Rust, I did it. Good. Good, 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 good. So, as Tony would tell me in the beginning, I need, or like, you need to build something for yourself that uses the tech that you want to use in order to learn the thing. Congrats on missing the target by a hair. Um, so, I'm sorry. So, the best recommendation, right? Obviously, is the same thing. If you have a project, single project, not 16 projects, but if you have a project that is making sense to you, that you are interested in, that you would use on a daily basis, that would use Rust, for example, because you want to learn Rust, do that and do something that you are really, really interested in. However, based on your previous message, right now, you may not have interest in anything. Like you might be just tired and burnt out, which is an option. Right? The only thing that you keep up is your job because you have to, but maybe you can take a small break, like a vacation, um, to not do much, to relax, to think about other thing, potentially just read some blogs about Rust. Not really relaxing, but I'm not sure, so maybe, I don't know. And then once the vacation is done, maybe the work is going to be more interesting. Maybe you will have found some more motivation to do the thing that you are building and project and so on. But that's the thing. If you want to learn something as complex as Rust, doing is going to be the best option. Um, but you, I think for me, the most complex thing that has been when I was looking at tutorials, followed by tutorials, and so on, is that while I'm on a tutorial, I don't really understand anything. I can follow the tutorial with no question. Like we were doing the vanilla JavaScript course last year, and yeah, last year, and basically what happened is all of the content of the course is not interesting to me, not good, and it didn't teach me anything simply by the fact that it was trying to make me do calculation loops and things that have no real reference in why I'm interested in potentially learning JavaScript. Like that was the thing. But then when I started building small widgets for the streams, like this thing, for example, which just has the letters of the users and so on. Morton, hi, welcome in. um, it's more interesting because going through that learning by just saying, well, I need this to work this way. So in order to have my letters, I would need to go through a loop or something. And yet this one specifically is 80% off Stoney's code. Um, I don't think it's 80%. I think it's more like 90 or more than that. But basically, what I'm saying is this makes more sense for me to go through in the sense that instead of looking at a tutorial that helps me understand how a for loop is working, I can just apply a for loop because I know the concept and I didn't do a tutorial that tells me exactly how to do it for something that is specific. If that makes sense. So yeah, so for you specifically, if you are currently trying to learn Rust, maybe using a small project in-house, it could work. Yeah, and walk on in. How are you? Um, I don't know. I haven't watched the video you sent me yet. Haven't had the time. Uh, so it is, Mizzy, it is really important for me to be helpful. That is one of my core values. Being helpful is really when I can. If I can't, I can't. But if I can, specifically here when it comes to learning, the amount of time that I had to learn things on my own is a lot. All the times, yes, mostly all the times. And so I kind of know how to go through things and learn them my way. And if right now, based on the descriptions you have, you are in an ADHD slash depression slash tutorial cycle, uh, it's like it is necessary for you to go through things that would potentially work for you. And if you have someone like myself that have had similar things in the past, um, that might uh, that might help. So yeah, Salat, welcome on it. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for chatting. Appreciate it. Um, yeah, but same thing here. Like tutorial have helpful stuff when it comes to reading the reasoning, but they usually force me into a bucket that doesn't make any sense. So yeah. Um, the only thing that I would say is kind of more complex nowadays is Google is not as good as it used to be, and looking for things on the internet is way more complex than when I started using the internet because I'm older than the internet. I mean, no, I'm older than Google, but like not older than the internet, older than Google. So uh, it's kind of complex nowadays to go through things and go through Google and find exactly what needs to happen, um, which sources are reliable, unreliable, and so on. So, yeah. Um, I think the only time that I have had real success with tutorials is when I was following a tutorial because I wanted to have that specific thing in the project that I was using. So the best example that I have is this one. Um, we we showcase that every fucking two streams, I feel. But I saw this thing and I'm gonna take a look at that. Right? I saw this thing and I was like, this is really cool. I wish I could have that in the app. And therefore, right, by just saying that and following that tutorial, which is like a 12-minute video of explaining line by line how things work, I then ended up right here with the correct, I don't know, but like with the cards in the center. I made some changes. I changed the design, obviously, and so on. Um, but right now, I have the cards that I needed to have. Obviously, this one is a single card because I'm currently testing a perfume, which I could technically remove from there. Hmm, yeah, cool. So, right, obviously, I now have these cards working in here. And so that was basically by following the tutorial on that video. So, because that tutorial specifically required me to pay attention to the details because I needed it inside of the app at the end, it made sense. If I go back to what Sukodi is providing as well, which is also interesting, there was another one, which is this one, that the only thing and the only reason why I looked at it and followed it was for this single line of text. The content transition numeric text is something that I didn't really uh, know existed. But by having this, it provides a natural iOS based transition for the numbers here, which makes sure that you end up with something that just visually look good. So with that, right, I followed that tutorial specifically to understand how the numbers are moving and then have a range that kind of works and implement that in the app. But anything else, any other tutorial that I have followed through, that didn't have like a very, very specific part of them and or entire tutorials that are like, I need this in the app, that has been almost impossible to follow, and they haven't really told me anything. Um, so yeah, we'll see. Um, yeah, that's also a thing. When you're Googling right now and you have like the first result, which is the best result based on Google's ranking, being something that is outdated, specifically with tech and code being moving so fast, it's really hard to like um, gauge what's good and what's not good. So I get it. I get it as well. Um, it's not wrong, Mizzy. I think it's good, but you may have to explain, which is kind of weird, but you may have to explain yourself to your friends and family and coworkers and so on, saying like right now you don't have the capacity to do other things because you need to focus on yourself. The thing that I would say is that the human connection for a lot of people is necessary. And if that is the case for you, and you need to have like social interactions and so on, don't shut yourself to these when they are potentially helping you get away from what is currently holding you down, which is yourself and your own project. So if you have um, like you want to build something, you want to learn stuff, and then you have friends that are requiring or requesting you to be part of something with them, take the time. Like a day of no progress isn't in terms of code in project isn't something that will dramatically change the output of what you're doing, but it could. And god damn, that was so close. um so yeah, it's not wrong to say no, I don't have the time, no, I can't take that project on. um like that's normal. Sometimes you can't. But specifically for social event and like human related activities, sometimes it is good to do so. Um, Not that this is something that impacts me in any way, and it's gonna be cynical, but take that as you wish. You could die tomorrow. Like that's the usual thing. That's some of the stuff that happens in the back of my head most of the time. Is just like you could die tomorrow. So if your friend is saying, "Do you want to hang out sometime?" Why not? Like it's just why not? You don't know what happened in 2 days, and you have sometimes you can take sometimes you can go there, you can do the thing, and at the end of the event in questions, you might be good. Might be happy to see your friends, see your family, see other things, if that's something that works for you. But yeah. Um, and yes, yeah, and that's also a thing. Uh, if you're always saying yes, uh, Measy, and you're always like people pleasing, basically, someone is asking for you to do something, um, then, you know, that's not a bad idea. Still, I don't know. I think I didn't put it inside because it made less sense. If you have like a lot of people chatting at the time, you basically remove one of the potential messages. So I don't know. That's a good question. That is a good question. Could be it could be it's that easy nonetheless. Um, but yeah, don't force yourself to like do the project, do the things. Um, that's good. Don't worry about it. It's good. Like again, I have this thing specifically today. My heart is hurting. Like it hurts. It's tight. It hurts. I don't know. If I die on stream, well, that's good. Like you have a reason to understand why I'm not here in December. But you know, like that's the thing. I don't really have any other activities. I go see like my family and all of the a section of the like my mom's side of the family for Christmas and so on. So yeah, um, I have so many of these. Uh, you can take them. Yes, they are so cheap. By the way, they are $15 each. So it's just like bulbs, nonetheless. So take time for yourself is a good thing. Take some vacation. Like right now, this is the two last two streams of the year. Like after that, I'm just off for a while. I don't know how long, but yeah. Um, I don't know why you are missing it by a hair today. Every fucking time. I am blown away by the fact that this is, yeah, fuck. This is the third time I'm lending today. That's crazy. It it no, just third. The fourth one didn't happen. Didn't happen. I mean, the third landing pad didn't work. Just three today so far, which is crazy. It's I mean, again, I usually never land on these things, and today is a rigged day apparently. So yeah, I'm just landing today. That happens. So yeah, no, overall, like if you want to regain motivation on something, sometimes you just need to take a step back and look at it in a different angle. If you need to just get motivation on anything because you have lost the motivation and the enthusiasm to do things in your life that were fun once, but right now they don't feel fun, taking some sort of a like um vacation. That's the word. Taking a vacation can help. And you know, like these are the type of thing that would potentially probably help you get better. But then again, um, if that's not the case, and if it's just like a motivation of finding new things to do that are more interesting to you, then maybe it's just a matter of finding a new hobby, a new interest, a new thing that sounds better in your head compared to what you're currently doing. Exhibit A, me, being a designer, doing design related stuff, making design related content for the past 5 years, but also having been a designer for the past like 15, 20 years. It is boring to me now. Like I've seen so much. The new trends are the same trends as 5 years ago, 8 years ago. They're just recycled with the new tools. So there is like small twists, but the bases are the same. So the interest is kind of lost. But then I built my own things, and the interest in building my own things grows. And now I'm building apps for myself when I need something. I showcased that last 6 months ago, 8 months ago. Yeah, a long time ago. I think at the beginning of the year, Denny was asking for something because he was struggling with creating invoices for the freelance business. And basically, what I did was one shot with Claude, like an AI assistant stuff, to just one shot an invoice assistant that helps to generate an invoice, add entries, and get a PDF out of it. And that's more interesting than designing it, just because at the end of the day, you have something that just makes more sense because you build it yourself. So that's cool. Is it something that I would do on a daily basis? Probably not. Probably not. Is it the thing that I'm doing on a daily basis now? Yeah. So, like it really depends on you and what you find interesting at the moment. If right now nothing is interesting, look for other stuff that you haven't touched for a long time. So, one of the things that re-happened or happens to be reignited in my life most months or most years is woodworking. Woodworking is something that I used to do when I was 6. Uh, Not as a good woodworking thing, but like carving chairs and stuff was interesting for me. I don't know. I had a knife and a piece of wood, and it was interesting. That happens. So, you know, every X amount of years, I don't think that went through. I don't think I heard anything. 1 second. I am now concerned. Did that go through? Oh, yeah, no, that's the reason. My bad. Apparently, Warp doesn't exist anymore. That one works. My apologies. Was supposed to work. It didn't. um, hi, walk on in. Not yet, but I might. Been working for so long, it pissed me off, and the industry is just an ungrateful industry unless you are lucky enough. There is no wall pop anymore. The file is not on this PC, so I just disabled the redemption. My bad. My bad. Fair point. Um. So yeah, like that's the thing. Rediscovering interest that you had in the past might be interesting for you, Mizzy, specifically. So if you are someone that remembers that when you were younger, you were into cars, I don't know, maybe. Maybe take a look at cars. Maybe cars are really more interesting now than they used to be, or maybe they are more accessible than they used to be. And you could transfer some of your skills from your current job to a car-related jobs. Maybe some people are needing electrician and you love to do things for, you know, building smart homes, and therefore you need some sort of an electrician related, um, not degree, but like tech skills so that you know how to wire things together, make sure that safety is there and so on. And maybe that's good. I don't know. Probably. But that's the type of thing that could happen, could be interesting for you to do right now to make sure that you are uh, going in the right direction. One of the things that I don't know or I don't remember is how old you are. And based on that, you can do a lot of different things. Like if you are in your 50s, it's going to be more complex to reinvent yourself, but it's also not impossible. If you are in your early 20s, you need to fuck up right now. Like that's the goal. You need to try something, fuck it up, try something else, fuck it up again, try something, make it work, fuck it up, try something else, fuck it up. That's basically what you need to do. So trying many, 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 many things is the goal in the beginning. And then when you have something that either you are outstanding at, or you enjoy so much, you can take that as a direction. As in, for me, I tried plenty of things and then design stood up. It stands out in the field of everything that I have tried. And it was interesting for one reason, and it was interesting for another reason, and it's been 20 years. So um, it's, it's what happened. And by the fact of me fucking up other things, testing out like editing, testing out woodworking, testing out construction, and so on, all of that made me go in the direction of designing and UI design, and then the rest is history. Oh my god, that sounds so bleak. But yeah, no, that's the thing. I don't think I would close the studio. I think the studio on its own is like um, it's a way for me to potentially have design related stuff. But again, I'm not sure that I will end design related content, as a job. But yeah, I don't take meds for ADHD, and the strand of ADHD that I have is a light thing. So it's not a it's not as detrimental to my daily life as it can be in other people, but still classified as ADHD. So that's the thing. Also, walk on in. Same question. Who are you? How are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for chatting. I appreciate it. So getting helps depending on where you are, because I don't know that. There is a lot of options in healthcare related countries. If you are in the US, I have no clues. But if you are like in the UK and so on, you will have so much things to do or so much options to find like a therapist or a doctor's medicine that will give you an assessment, and then from there you can move on. So yeah. Um, and Peter, hi, yes, walk on in on YouTube. We have this. That is the best tips that I have for you if you need to improve your UX and UI. You need to read this website and make sure that you understand everything that is in there to get a better context of the UX laws. And one of the things that I say, and I've said many times, is you can be a great UX designer with no UI skills, but you cannot be a great UI designer with no UX skills. The UI part requires you to learn the UX section so that you understand why you are making these changes and these decisions on your project. So the Loads of UX is the best option, the best website right now to get access to everything. And then if you want um, resources, other resources, tools is another one, which it's kind of sad that the fucking. Did I say with three or with four? Or with, that started an O. There. Tools.design is another website that will basically give you everything you need to get inspiration, get content, get whatever. Um, I love this website, obviously. But if you're learning, you can go there. If you just want some inspiration, you can go there. If you're looking for specific things for colors, for typography, for AI tools, which is now the first tab, it's kind of sad that it's the first one, but it's the first one. There is plenty of options in there that will give you informations and tools to just create stuff. Just know that if you are a designer and you're looking for an AI platform that will generate layout for you, most of them are really shit right now. So um, we haven't had a breakthrough like Nano Banana is for image generation, for example. So for now, no real good AI tools for designers, other than the regular ones that are just helping us to do the text, do the content, and so on. But yeah, other than that, that's the thing. So these two websites, Loads of UX and Tools.design, are going to be really useful for you to get better. And then the last recommendation that I have, which is not a website, because you're saying that you've been like in a. I just died. We're back. Don't worry about it. Sorry for the delay. AI doesn't really concern me because it doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, it happens every streams, every time. Sometimes it's just like after the first hour, after the second hour, it just drops. I don't know why. I don't get it. um, but yeah, no, AI doesn't concern me um, personally. But if you're new in your career, it should. And as I kind of said before, the AI doesn't have the skills that I have, and you as a new designer coming to AI for help and for other activities is good because they will be able to just help you go faster, but the output is non-tasteful, and the only thing that the AI needs right now is taste, and you can't really prompt taste unless you have taste. So if we, I don't think I have that on this computer, which is kind of sad. But if I go into some of the first video that I've done about the new app, for example, if it loads, that thing is not gonna work. Yep, that's that is gonna break. Can you load TikTok? Can you be a good boy and load? No, you can't. God damn. That's my face right there. That's me right now. That's yep. That thing is so broken. Nonetheless, the main point that I wanted to make on this one is um, technically speaking, when you are using an AI for generating an output, um, you will end up with something that is basics, and um, that's not good. So yeah, yeah. I'm sorry about the mic and stuff. I know how broken things are when it comes to YouTube. If you are someone that has a Twitch account, come to the other side. It's a bit better, but sometimes it's not. Um, it's going okay. I'm tired. Heart is hurting, as said. Um, which is never a good thing. Yeah, that website is dead today. Well, I don't have anything to showcase, but yeah, like the generation of the initial layouts of design is just not going to be as good as it could be. And if you have taste, Knox, fine, we'll go on in. If you have taste, you will be able to put taste into the output and the creation. So yeah, um, that's that thing. I appreciate that. Typically do design related stuff. Yes, we do design reviews, design creations. We have a ton of things related to icons creation because we spend a small amount of time. Um, yeah, no, thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. But yeah, we've worked on plenty of other projects, design stuff. Um, yeah, it's not that much. It's just 6,000 icons, roughly. But like most of them are really, I don't count them as 6,000. Technically, it's just like 1.5, 1.7 or something. And then it's just four styles. So in total, 6,000. But yeah. But then again, there is like a ton of other things in here for toggles and so on. And all of that is in this little part of the internet, if you want to get that. But again, I going back to what I was about to say, and then I didn't because brain ADHD went back to there. Uh, most of the content that is in here is now becoming less and less useful because it's a Figma file, and I would need to create like a Tailwind CSS, Tailwind component situation where you would have the ability to get like these components in all of the versions um, as components, as usable components. So yeah. Um, and going back to that last message, I am not technical at all. However, since I started using AI for prompting and generating my own apps, I have picked up stuff. Not enough to build something on my own, but enough to be able to come back in here and say, oh, for example, that here needs to be like a bigger one. That's not the case, but like let's say it needs to be a bigger one. I can just go there and then add my control size large and then be done with it. And I know that this is going to work because it's like Swift UI, it's very declarative, it makes sense, it's easy for me. And therefore, I end up with everything that I need to have. So, um, it's it becomes easier. Also, like Xcode is just a bitch. I don't like it. But yeah, it's an interesting thing nonetheless. And if you are currently just prompting away and asking for stuff and you have enough like credits and you can run as much as you want and so on, then that's good. Do that. But at times I'm also doing some things like this. If I go back to the top, like I'm just prompting, asking right away on explain how things work in plain English without any code snippets so that I understand, and then just going through questioning to make sure that I'm understanding everything. And then from there, I'm just asking for changes based on like the technicality of what I understood and so on. I couldn't do that on my own. I have no skills code wise. But anything that is visuals, I'm fine with it. Like changing the visuals, changing the layouts, that is fine. Creating the logic, that is not a thing. This looks like shit though. That's a non-option. This is way too big, and also it fucks up the corner radius, and I don't like it. So, yeah. Cat hi. Welcome on it. Good day. How are you? How's the day going? Um, I think the going back to the prompting thing, what I did on this chat, for example, is a very bad idea because I'm using credits and using request for explanation, and I should simply use Claude directly or ChatGPT directly um, to use less things. And then also now, the fact that Xcode has um, like AI integration as well, I can 100% just select something and then ask AI directly from there. Sometimes that helps, sometimes it doesn't help, but yeah. The only thing that is good about the integration inside of Xcode directly is that it is, or it got access to the Apple documentation more easily than what the other versions have. Like it's as if it was built in system prompt, secondary system prompt, basically built in Xcode so that it can just go and look at the doc and then come back with the right answer. But also it's kind of wrong 99% of the time because the training data is 2024 and 2025 is the release of everything that we're using nowadays. So it's broken. But yeah, that is a sad thing. But yeah, like most of the time we're doing design related stuff. Um, I tend to not code on stream just because it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't have the skills for that. And yeah, I don't think regular is going to be good. Yeah, regular is going to be too small. Um, yeah, I do design review on stream. Basically every time you have a product that is yours, that has something that needs help design wise, I'm here to help. If you have something that is built by a big ass corporation that you want me to shit and trash talk, I'm down for it. If you want me to trash talk someone else's work, that's not going to happen. Unless it's like, again, Google, Microsoft, or big ass corps that they don't care anymore. I'm fine with that. But like, I'm here to help most of the time. Trash talk Stony specifically, because Stony's been here long enough. Um, but yeah, yeah. Feel free to share a link in chat. Um, feel free to share a link in chat. We do that most of the times to just make sure that I can point you in the right direction. Like the main goal is you don't have the eyes that I have, and therefore, um, you know, I can see things that you can't. That's That's an interesting blow. I'm guessing it's because of the fucking cookies things. uh, Give me some context. You say it's a Counter-Strike community-like server browsing thing. So it's a way for me to check if a CS server is available and for me to play with it, right? Or to play with the people that are in there. I'm guessing. Um, and yes, your mobile version is kind of shit. But you knew that, so we're good. We're good. Don't worry about it. Um, at a glance, everything is fine. Like there is not a lot of activities. There is not a lot of things happening. I'm guessing like these are my pings that are just like kind of shit, anyways, because my internet is kind of shit, specifically when streaming. Um, but the like the status could be switched to another place because it doesn't really need its own column, at least from my point of view. Um, so if you had like the name and the status next to it, that might help you to just space out things a bit more. The specific map, I think this is useful for CS players. Haven't, sorry, let me rephrase it. I was about to say I haven't played Counter-Strike in a long time. I'm going to rephrase that. I haven't played Counter-Strike ever. So, yeah, it's been a long time. But I think the map is useful. The address is a debatable thing, but I get it because you might be able to like copy and paste this. However, I don't know if it's um, like necessary to be here and not in the join. Like if I'm joining the server, I would need to have the address anyways to input it inside of the game to say, well, this is the custom server that I'm joining. So, like, dang, that's the thing. Um, Overall, again, going back to what I was saying, overall, that's good. You have a pretty good overall layout. The table makes sense. The ping makes sense. The thing that I'm seeing is here, these buttons would benefit from having a teeny tiny bit more space behind them or between them. So here, instead of having your gap being calculated right here at times one, let me see if I can just times two. 4 is closer to what I would expect based on that space right here, but that's 4 is a lot. So I'd probably say times 2 to make sense, but yeah, for your calculation specifically, so that you have something that is a bit more breathy around it. Um, but that's the only thing that I would potentially change on this page specifically. If you wanted to keep like a table-based navigation. If that's not the case, I would go for a card-based navigation. So having a grid of potentially 4 to 5 servers per row would 100% provide less servers visibility, but what it would provide is potentially having the pictures of the map itself. So you could have something. Why am I here? You could have something that just um, has the picture at the top, and then underneath that you have the the name of the server, maybe the URL right there, and the status. If you wanted to have status, you can have the status here and your ping on the other side. And so that would be a card on its own that just, you know, works potentially a bit better, mainly because it's simply easier to understand. So, for example, for my ping right there, it would be red for me. But having cards like this would, at a glance, if I have like 4 or 5 in a row, and then I have the full thing like this, I can just select based on the map easily. So that's a thing that could work. But again, this is like a designer point of view, and I could see why this point of view doesn't make any sense. So, take that as you wish. But yeah, it's a potential. It's a potential easier thing to do for visual people. For people that don't care and just want the name and the address, then this is really good. No complaining on this one. So I feel like I know what that is already. I think I know which website you are referring to. Yeah. Yeah, that's a working similar thing. It's just you have the visual of the map in the background right there, which is basically what I'm saying kind of is needed. Um, but yeah, and again, like you can just click to join. These are pretty useful. Not gonna lie, having like filters is a pretty good option. Um, but hmm, well, I uh, I don't think that worked. That's a hi, what it? How are you? How's the day going? Yeah, well, that is not an option. See if that works. I don't think so. Let's click on this one. Um, yeah. Mm, mm, I don't know. Nonetheless, the filters is a pretty good option, and based on the Wayback Machine that you had, like right here, no, here, yes, kind of. You have the games already, so that's useful, right? It just goes faster, and you can release these things. Um, but other than that alignment thingy, I think you're pretty good. Again, potentially having the map picture somewhere if you wanted to do like the same gradient thing at the bottom on the right side, that could be interesting, but also it might not necessarily work for what you're trying to achieve. So that's a debatable point. Um, and then I would say, and that might be a bit of a more complex thing to do. On the previous one, you have like surf, bunny hop, um, basically the type of games that are played in said thing. So I would love to have this if I'm someone that is looking for a custom server to do very specific things, I like I would love to do that, but I don't know if you can extract that from the title. I'm saying that because of the first one, Easy Surf is probably a surf related game, right? I'm guessing. Or maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, that could be something. Nonetheless, it is one of the things I would potentially, you know, recommend. And then locations, I'm guessing the French one for me are going to be easier to access and so on. Sorry, close to France. Um, that's really bad. Holy shit. Sorry. So, for those of you who have been here before and have seen this, you know exactly what I'm about to say. But if you are new and you don't know what I'm complaining about, I didn't scroll. And that's everything that was in the view. I had no clue I could scroll. So there is no hint that there is a scrollable thing on the side, and there is no this. If because of the padding that is right there, if it was no padding, not insetted, the Denmark right there and Netherlands would be visible by like a hair, and I would have known that the edge is not the edge of the thing. There is more underneath, and don't mess it up. You want people to scroll through things, so here there is a need for hints. Goddamn. Um, I see. If it's your servers, as in like the community servers, and that's the reason why there is the Discord server right there for, joining the community, and therefore you have the things. It means that the servers that would be in here, the 35 that you have, are vetted for. They are also probably specific with specific games. So you do have the data that I'm talking about of potentially knowing exactly which games are played in there. And if it's your servers or your community servers, then you have the ability to go with more pizzazz, more stuff, more visual representation, because you basically hold each server for what they are. So if I go into, I'm guessing maybe Box is gonna be the best option here. But I don't know if we'll have screenshots. Kinda. So, um, Box is an F1 widget slash app for people that like Formula One and so on. The visuals that they have for each of the drivers are basically tailored to the driver. And so the reason for this is F1 drivers are a limited amount of people, right? You don't really have 6,000 people that might be in there. And so you end up with them having the ability to take the editorial route and create posters for specific drivers so that the app is tailored to that driver and the people that are into like F1 and so on. End up with really, really cool thing. We had some with the women drivers last week or last month. And so they have like very, very cool with the signature, with the logo, with everything, with the right colors. And that is only because There might be like, I don't know, 100 people in total that they need a custom background for. So that's fine. So same thing for you. If you have a limited amount of servers, you can go the editorial route and go with something that looks better per server because you know which map is going to be, which game is going to be, and who is hosting it basically. So with all of that, you can create a card that is like more tailored to um, that server specifically. So that could help, could be better. You know, just output shit like this. God damn. God damn. Like that's so custom. Um, it might be. If it was card, I agree with that. I think if you want to go with table, because it's fine, you could go with something that is um, potentially more visual in the sense that you may have the the map as a very slim thing, followed by the server name and potentially the status, as I said earlier. Like maybe this is your status pill next to it. Then you have all of your other things for all of the other entries. But that way, with the map right here being an image, um, you have the ability to just be there and say, that's the current map that you're playing on. And maybe if you are someone that has the time and or if these already exist, and I don't know if that's the case, haven't played CS again in a long time, you may have the currently played game um, as an icon. So if it's surf, you may have a surf icon. If it's I don't know, capture the flag, if that's still a thing, you may have a flag. If you know, like all of that could be just a small icon right there to just hint, and the user might be like, "Oh, it's that map with that game. 100% I'm joining." Like there is no question. That's my stuff. Whereas right now, if I'm here and I'm unsure, um, you know, like that could be more complex. So yeah, other than what I said earlier, I think that's gonna be the only option that you have to make it more interesting. The design is good. There are some issues with the corner radius, but that's just me. Don't worry about it. And specifically because you are using Tailwind for this, I don't really have, I think, um, yeah, the ability to change stuff like your Tailwind value for the box in itself isn't. I mean, it's a rounded XL, but I need a double XL for this, and I don't think I have the values right there. I should just search. I should just search. Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. I don't have that. You have your radius plus 4. Plus 4. Hmm. Sorry. I would just make it like much bigger right here, but that is just a me thing, so that the inner and outer are much more aligned. Um, but other than that, um, It's fine. The thing is, going back to your second message about this, the fact that the mobile version is trash doesn't matter in the slightest because the probability of someone looking for a server to join through their phone to paste the address through their phone and playing on their phone is limited. So, you could make it better for sure, so that it is accessible in both platforms. But if I'm playing games and I'm on my PC and I'm probably gonna copy paste the address from my PC to my PC, right? Um, if you want to have the mobile version to be like more aligned with what you want to achieve, you can kinda by limiting yourself with some of the containers. So I can't really select um, exactly what needs to go and so on, but it's an option. Nonetheless, doesn't matter. um, you could remove the status and keep the name. If you have the image of the map rather than having the name of the map, that might be a way for you to just get rid of that. The address might not be as useful as you think it is on mobile. The amount of players is useful. The ping, it doesn't matter on mobile because that's your phone, that's not your PC. The game in question, why not? And then the action of joining doesn't make a lot of sense. But if I was looking for quick review of, oh, I'm thinking about joining a game with my friends on one of the servers that is part of the Discord, let me just check while I'm on the bus. I just want to see the name and the players, roughly, potentially the status, but that's it. So your mobile version could simply be remove most of the thing that doesn't really make any difference for a mobile user and reorganize stuff like these should just swap. So you would have uh, all server and showing 35 server on one line and games on the next one. So just a wrapping flexbox should be fine. Um, so yeah, that's the type of thing that I would probably recommend. But yeah, um, maybe yeah. Even though that's a ticket, but yeah, it could uh, on mobile it could work with just keeping the name, the map, and the number of players. Again, if you go for this with I don't know if that's is that the thing? Easy surf. That's yeah. Let's use easy surf is going to be easiest for me to just remember. If you just use that and that's your name of the current server in question, and you simply do that, either with the dot in front or the dot at the end, that gives me everything I need to know. Like it's a warning, it's online, it's offline. You have like three colors. So if it's currently online, I might just be there. And you saved so much space by not having the status have a name. So that's something that you can do. Um, the rest is good. The rest is good. The thing is, the join, I don't know exactly how that works. Um, but I'm guessing it's something like your join button is going to open Steam and launch CS. Um, yeah, I'm on Mac OS and I don't have Steam installed. So, you know, a lot of issues right there. A lot of issues. Um, but yeah, no, it's overall it's pretty good. Overall it's pretty good. One of the you are currently, as you said, you are currently prompting this. So if you want to use credits on that, maybe. But these arrows should be only on hover or only when active. So currently it's ordered by players, right? By default, it's ordered by players, not ordered by name. And if I change that ordered by name, then you have the arrows that are changing right there. So these ones make no sense. So when I'm not hovering the cell that is not supposed to be seen, and when I'm hovering, I can see that I can click to reorder by, and that makes sense. But other than that, these icons are not necessarily beneficial for anyone until they are needed, and they are not needed 90% of the time. So that's a pretty easy thing to do. It's just a column over visibility situation, so that's easier. And then the other thing for the other icon is this one, where it's the same concept. Instead of having it on the left, on the right side, you put it on the left side, so that each of your icons are exactly in the same spot, and each of your first numbers are always in the same spot. The fact that it's your last number or not doesn't really matter, but at least you have alignment with the address and it's a copy thing. As said earlier, this is like a whole section. If you tap on it, it's copy paste to your uh, clipboard, so that's a thing. But yeah, um, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And that's the day. Yeah, I've seen that before. I have seen that before. But yeah, no, overall, I think if it matches your server's vibe as well, that's also important. Because you kind of, if it is like a community-based thing and you want people from the Discord community to see themselves in the server website, it might be easier for you to get like a bit more of the vibe of the server displayed here. So that might mean having an interesting background. That might mean changing some of the color schemes. If your color schemes right here is that red, white, and black, kind of German, be careful with that. Uh, that you can do that, which is kind of already the case. But yeah, I think I'm tempted to do that, but I don't think I will be able to. Like, that's one of the issues that I have with these, that this is not a component. This is that cell specifically. If I decided to change um, some of its values, I would end up with, usually if I'm changing stuff, I end up with just changing one of them. So if I expand it, for example, and I get my um, content for the text, the dot is what we need, but the online, if I delete that, it just deletes one and not the rest. So I can't. I can't. Mm-hmm.
My name Istito underscore is now following.
It's that's better. Huh. Huh. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, by the way. Put a style, no border, put a color, doesn't exist. Cool. That doesn't make sense. Color bridges doesn't exist either. Yeah. It's 6 a.m. God damn. Where you at? You're in Australia. That's what you said. That makes it all sense. That makes all sense. Enjoy sleep. New Zealand. Yes. New Zealand. That works. That might work. Simplicity. But yeah, what I'm envisioning in my head in the background is a bit of a gradient from red to black, or from red at the top to black. I feel like the bottom top would be better. Um, with your logo or with something that is proper to the server itself, that might help so much. So yeah, do that. But also, feel free to sleep. Feel free to sleep. It is useful. Sleep is necessary. Stony, I can hear you saying, "Look, look, look." God damn it! What happens? What was that? what, what happened in there? What was the point? I don't know what you did. That's the thing. You say we fucking did it, but I don't know what you did. Um, the content update when loading the page. You mean the fact that every time you go into the home page, the content is reloading itself? That's cool. Yeah. Congrats. Congrats on achieving this. That's good. That is good. I could be an annoying dick and talk about it, but um, yeah, you did good. Your hi, look on. How's the day? How's the how's you after the Las Vegas activities? Yeah, the only thing that I would say, Sturdy, is your transition, and I'm guessing it's also because of the fact that you are going in that clip, going from um, tab to tab to tab to tab, and it's kind of fast. And on the regular activities, like what the user would see, it doesn't happen the same way. But I think you might want to, um, if available, load the image in stages so that you have something that is a bit more flowy and not have like a burst of bright color in the background first. Like the yellow one is kind of distracting me when I'm looking at the clip. But yeah, uh, yeah, that's bad to hear. If you're better-ish, that's good, but it's still ish, so that's bad. But I get it. I get it. Also, I didn't understand the disqualification of the two orange cars. Orange is McLaren, I think. Is it? Yes. Yeah, I didn't really understand why that thing. And going back here, still remind everyone that I don't know shit about what I'm about to talk about. Um, I don't understand why they are racing in Las Vegas. I don't understand why the road is so unstable and not flat for cars that are supposed to be so low to the ground. Um, like I know that they have rebuilt the road specifically for the event, but by rebuilding, it is still bumpier than a racetrack. And so I don't I don't get it. um, but also like to if it really was, I think it was like 9.1 or something, and they are supposed to be like at 9 minimum, uh, or some shit I forgot. Whatever. Is a millimeter that much different? Wait, hi, Wakoni. How are you? Um, it is possible to get clients through cold DMs. Yes. Is it going to be a good client? Potentially not, but it is feasible. Yes, you can have and you can send a DM to someone that you think could be a good client. And then if the proposition that you have for them is good enough or match what they are looking for at the moment, you could convert them into a client. However, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it because of the type of client that you would get. Um, but I also understand that the amount um, of like the ratio in between the cold DM and the success rate is probably really low, whereas the cold DM non-selling things, as in I love the thing that you're doing, I would just love to connect, whatever, and trying to cultivate a semblance of a relationship, and then maybe a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks more. I mean, the more time you have to build a relationship with someone, um, the better you would have the ability to just say, "Oh, I've seen you posted that on LinkedIn. By the way, that's something that I do in my business. If that's interesting to you, that's a funnel of potential transition really, really easily, just because it's just oh yeah, that person that I've been talking to or with or chatting really quickly or seeing in my comments for the past months is just telling me that the problem that I have, they can fix for me. I'm gonna trust them way more than if it was someone random that just saw my tweet or whatever and just said, "Oh yeah, I have this problem." But yeah, it can work with absolutely every person. The only way that you have it working is if the cold DM makes sense for the person that you're DMing. So, I don't think we've been here in a long time, and it doesn't really matter. But, um, for example, let's say I was interested in selling things to Denny, which is not the case because, I mean, yeah, no, that wouldn't happen, but we never know. Let's say that's the case, right? So I'm interested in having Denny as a client for my designer business, dev business, whatever. What are the things that I need to do? I need to, on LinkedIn specifically, have them in my contact and so on. And then when they are posting things, I'm going to celebrate, support, whatever, react to their content, probably leave some comments, um, and, like interact with them, be present for a week, for 2 weeks, for 3 weeks. Like Asuka also has been really good with me when we were together in Japan. Not together, but like we were in Japan at the same time. And we went to events, we met there. So if I have like discussion with her, it makes a lot of sense. So interacting with the fact that she has been presented in that video is pretty cool. So, like all of that makes a lot of sense. If I do that enough, at some point, the people that I'm targeting as potential client, I can then send them a DM, which would be a cold DM, basically. But they have seen my face and my name for the past 3 weeks in their notifications. So that is something that would transform a cold DM into a lukewarm DM. But yeah, that's one way to do it. And if you do that, you will probably have the ability to just, um, you know, get some transformation and some conversion really more easily than if you just, like if I just send a DM to Soren right now, that's probably not going to fly. But also it's Soren, so we've both worked with Figma. We've both had like clients that are the same, so we have some contact. But yeah, if you don't have any contacts, and that's annoying, and I know, and it pissed me off, and I hate doing it, but I had to do it at some point, and now I have more contacts. Right? I have 500 plus connections, so that's something, but it's not good anyways. Just post stuff that are good or interesting for LinkedIn and or Twitter and or Instagram and Thread and so on. But like if you are looking for jobs and clients, LinkedIn is one of the best place, even though it is just a circle jerk of everyone one-upping the other and making sure that you congratulate everyone for the minor success in their lives. you know, but just post stuff. If I go into my last post has been, I mean, it's been a while since I've posted stuff, anyways. But some of the posts that I had in there have been really, really successful, and some of the posts that I have in there have been really unsuccessful. Um, like, where is it? I think this one was really good. This is basically bringing me views to my account every day, and it's also bringing me follow and connection request almost on a daily basis. Um, and yeah, I posted it at the right time, and the right amount of people saw it that made it more visible than anything. I don't think I have like this amount of impression on any other platforms on the regular. Like most of my other posts are just not that much. But nonetheless, sometimes here and there we have stuff that just pop off. That makes sense. So if you can, I would do that. I would post on LinkedIn on a regular basis to get activities, and views and so on, and you would have like some connections. The only way for you to like figure out or get some connections through these posts is by making sure that the thing that you're talking about is relevant to the client that you want to have. So for you specifically, um, if you're looking for getting design jobs, dev jobs, freelance jobs, whatever, you make sure that the post in questions are talking about the jobs in question that you want to do. So for me, for example, posting things like this makes a bit of sense because it's the type of thing that I do in Figma. Um, Posting things like this makes sense as well because it's the type of thing that I do in Figma, and so on. And so you end up with stuff that are relevant to the people that are looking at LinkedIn. And even if it's 269, nice impression. If I had 269 people in my room right now, I think there is not enough space. I think 20 people is the maximum that we could have in this room. So that's a lot of people. And if you are posting about something that is relevant to the person that is looking at your feed or looking at their feed at that in like point in time, you may stand out and it may lead to something. But yeah, um, yeah, one of the thing that you will see, and I hate saying that, but you will see it. But one of the thing that you will see is um, post as much as you want and as much as you can on these platforms because you need to flood the inboxes of everyone, and that's one way to be discovered. That is half true and half false at the same time. It's kind of true that if you are posting 1550 100 times per day, I know it's a lot, you end up with the algorithm versions of each of the platforms that you are planning on posting on that will basically push your content to more or less people that are not the same. So if you post like at 10 a.m. and then you post again at 12, the cluster of people that saw the first one might not see the second one. The thing is, if you are doing that with an account that already exists, like let's say you are doing that on an Instagram account that is your Instagram, the people that will see it first are going to be your personal cluster in the beginning because that's something that you haven't posted in a while or you are not someone that posts regularly, and therefore when you're posting something, the people that are supposed to see it are your friends or your connections and so on. If you don't want to bother the people that are already in your thing, you can either tell them mute me for the next 2 days, but they usually forget and then they never see your content again, or apologize in advance for the amount of content you are about to post, or create a new account and just post there. But nonetheless, the main point that I want to make is the recommendation of posting a lot is not a bad recommendation, but you should focus on the content in questions. And it's annoying, and I hate it. You hate it. Everyone's hate it. But you need to make sure that the content that is posted is relevant to the platform, relevant to the goal, and relevant to the branding that you want to have. So one of the reasons why I'm not posting a very specific type of content on platforms is because this type of content that I have in my head right now is I need to make myself look dumb in order for people to correct me in the comments so that the algorithm that exists are picking up the fact that there is engagement with that post specifically. So it's the type of thing where you are talking about Naruto and you have a Dragon Ball character instead, right? Both are orange, but because you say that, you have the flood of Naruto fans and Dragon Ball's fans that are in your comments fighting for the fact that you said the wrong name, that type of shit. The reason why I'm not doing this is because it makes me look like a dumbass. And when I'm seeing people that I was respecting before do that for engagement purposes, I discard their entire ethics and business models because it's like, oh, you need to prove to me that you are a dumbass. So you are. And you won, and therefore I'm not interested in your content anymore. So, all that to say, make sure that the content that you're posting is relevant and useful for the people that are potentially going to use your services and your business. Um, the easiest thing is educational content on things that they have no business knowing. So, I don't know, maybe something very dumb, but that could work. You do something like one HTML markup per day. So on day one, you explain what a div is. On day two, you explain what a P is. On day three, you explain what a span is, and so on, so that you have like a backlog of content that you can just generate potentially and or write yourself in advance because that's easy stuff. And that is, even though boring and very much entry level, if you can phrase it and write it and or post an image to basically showcase that you have the skills, me as a potential client would be more likely to look at your business because I see the expertise in your post. If I take an example as Enid, which is one of the people that I'm following on Twitter, for example, Enid is doing Learn and Code with Enid, which is his own like platform of learning iOS devs. Most of his posts are these images. And these images are the cybersect, hi, work on it, are the easiest thing to do, right? He has this header that is always the same. And then there is a snippet of code in the center that shows you what the thing is in question. And then the text that is linked to the post is basically what is already like inside of the post itself. But all of that is thing that can be automated. Like it could be whatever, but it's so interesting to me as someone that learns Swift UI that I'm like, I can see the benefits of understanding or having someone that is that knowledgeable with the tools that I'm potentially hiring them for. And I just have this. I trust them and I might hire them as an iOS dev consultant or something just because based on all of these posts, I trust their knowledge. If you're doing the same thing with Figma, with code, with the business that you are in, you might stand out as someone that knows more than other people. So that's the thing. These are half educational. Something else would be, I don't know if Entitled UI would have a bit of a link with Jordan, but Jordan is one of the interesting thing. He's been doing this for 1,093 days. And basically, every single day, using his own UI kit, he's been generating and creating a view with that UI kit. And it's been 3 years, roughly, of daily post with things that sometimes are more design than others. Like you have a background that is different here, you have that effect that is added, the shadow and so on. And sometimes things that are plain boring but works. And simply by doing that, I am 100% sure that because it has been X amount of days made with, there is people that have been reaching out to Adobe UI and or to Jordan directly to get them to work on stuff and or to buy the UI kit straight on. So it's a numbers game in the amount, but as I said earlier, this could be automated. If it is that easy of a post, and in your specific domain, you have like a very specific post, one image, one thing, one link, that could work. It's a lot of initial work to have like the entire thing working, but it's okay. So yeah, I I do that. But yeah, if you start posting, you would have potential reach. If you get, um, I don't think I have them much, but in my Twitter DMs, I have had um, people trying to contact me for hiring me, and I have never really replied to them. So that happens. So I didn't even cold contact or cold DM them. They cold DM me, and I didn't reply. So there's that. Um, but yeah, I received one today as well in my emails. Um, that just makes no sense whatsoever. Do I have it here? No, I don't. I do not. I think I deleted it. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, like that's the type of thing that could happen for you to make sure that you have something that makes sense. Um, if you become relevant by posting, you will have a higher conversion rate in your cold DMs. And if you try to create a relationship in between you as the freelancer and the person that you want to have as a client, um, you will have a higher success rate in converting them. So I think the best way right now is the first thing that I said, which is if you are looking at LinkedIn, you go there, you simply interact with the post of the 5 companies you want to work for. You know, like you owned in on these 4 or 5 people in your feed that are in industries that you don't have access to just yet. You just want to make sure that you have some sort of a relationship with them so that you can then convert them into something else, and or you can have them convert you into something else. For example, when I worked for Figma last month, nope, 2 months ago, um, the thing that happened is the person that contacted me is someone that works at Figma, and the reason for that is she knew that I was living in Japan and or France, and she knew that I was a smaller-ish creators compared to the others, and we had interactions together before, and therefore it made a lot of sense to her to just send me a DM and say, we're looking for something specifically for that. I know that your styles is this thing, and therefore you could work with us on this thing. The reason number two that I'm contacting you is because I know you are fast, and the deadline is basically yesterday. So if you can pull out something really quickly, I would be really grateful. And basically, by the next day, I could pull out something if necessary, which meant signed, client, done. And, it happens. So, yeah. And the only reason why she had that in mind is because she saw the thing that I did when I was posting on Twitter um, more regularly. And yeah, Chris, hi, we're coming in. Yes, I did. I had my stuff on billboards, you know, by day, big ass stuff. It's so sad that the contrast ratio of that fucking film just doesn't make any sense. Um, and we don't have a better shot, or I don't have a better shot than this one. Um, so yeah, just have that. That's good. That is better. That is better. But it was good. It was fine. It's also they have a system which makes sense. I get it. Um, they have a system of basically getting the people that they want to work with as influencers and all social media related stuff into a secondary dashboard app stuff, which I think is called Snip. I think, I forgot, it doesn't really matter, which is basically a place where they have their contractors in one place and the payment goes through that and the contract goes through that. And therefore, now I am in their database. So if we work again together, I don't need to do anything. It's just going to go through that. I have to sign the client there, or sign the contract there so that it is like e-signed and so on. It's very easy. It's very cool. The thing is, it's one more platform that I need to subscribe to or on. It's not like paid, but when my whole business already has a system to manage invoices and do the payment processing through Stripe and so on. So it's like a bit of I need to do the work again, and that's a bit annoying, but then they don't have to do the work on their ends, and it happens. But it works. So that's the thing. It was pretty nice. The thing that I have as a gripe with is I didn't have enough brief and time to build something that made more sense for the activities that we had for that event. So because she came to me on a Friday night after stream, basically. Um, she sent me a DM really late because she thought I was in Japan so that I could see it the next day in the morning, but I saw it like right away because, friends. And basically, the brief that I had was not good enough for what the event was. The event was mostly about Figma Make, and the request was illustrative video file things that is like basically crazy to do inside of Figma, but not necessarily something that is related to Figma Make because that wasn't the brief that I got, and it doesn't really make any sense to have an advertisement billboard thing related to Figma Make or for the Figma Make event, not related to Figma Make directly. So that's the thing that I'm kind of sad about. I wish next time we work together, they give me a bit more time because again, sending me a DM in Friday at night and then making sure that we have something on the Monday evening was a bit short noticed. But yeah, it worked. Um, but it was nice. It was nice. And then as I just said, it's also a very good thing because it simply put me in their books. So now I am in their dashboards. And if I contact them, if they contact me, we already have a past relationship, so that it's easier to just uh, consolidate on that relationship and continue working on things. So yeah, that is pretty cool. How's the what's the latest one you had? You had the music thing, Chris, and you had not the music thing as in the playlist, the music one as in creating visuals with your webcam, music with your webcam thingy. How is that going? Is that going? I don't think so. I don't know. But yeah. Um so yeah, ways. If you have more questions, feel free to ask, as always. Um like, you need to focus on making money. I get that. I should do the same. Emphasis on should. I don't. Well, I should. I should do the same. Goddamn it. I mean, uh, it would be so good if I focused on this to make some money. But then again, uh, yeah, at some point. I mean, I made $20. I made $20 on day zero. And since then, I made nothing more, which is kind of sad. Which is kind of sad. But it's something. I made more on the Japanese app, to be honest. Um, that is much better. That is much better. I need to change something about this. Um, Guessing that's gonna be the issue. Yeah. It's the same. I'm changing the algorithm for the recommendation system. So I have three modes that I change. We have the rotation mode, which just go through your entire collection before going through your entire collection again. The discovery, which is the current mode, which basically just make you discover your perfume based on your preferences, which is the goal of the app. And then there's testing, which is for people that are influencers and or reviewers that just need to test perfume on a daily basis. And I'm just making sure that they have enough information for the test so that someone that needs to review perfumes would be like, okay, I have this new perfume, new testers, new things. I need a review of this. So I might need to wear it like 3 times this week to really have a good understanding of what it is. And so that's the testing session, making sure that you go through the whole sample first before you can have a review or something. So, eh, you know, that's where we are. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Mm. So yeah, we'll see if that works, if that happens. Well, but yeah, right now I need to focus on publishing a new version of this thing, with all of the updates because I dropped an update on the 18th, so basically 10 days ago. Not 10, but like, yeah. And I haven't made any updates since. The fact that it was like basically 8 days ago is crazy. Um, it's been a week. It's been a week since the last update, and I feel like it's too long. There is so much that I've done in the past week to just have so much new features, so much new details, new things in the presentations, that Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. It's evolving. It's not evolving in the right direction for me right now, but it's evolving, and that's all that matters, I guess. What happened if I do that? It's the same. Yeah, nothing changed. That's crazy. Oh, it's because I didn't save. My bad. That's my bad. Um, cool. This is a new project. I try to sell a component for protecting Framer native forms. Interesting. It's a first draft. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Huh. I didn't think about that, but that's cool. That is basically what most people are going to see. They're going to see the how it feels at the top, and then the rest is not going to exist, which is good. However, it looks like I lost the linked to reference. I know I do have it, but it's just not loading. That's bad. All right. Let me take a look at that. That's the wrong button. Yeah. This is the last two streams. Today and Friday are the last two streams. And then I'm off in December. And I don't know when I come back. So, yeah. Yeah. Um, so that's not readable enough. But that's fine. Because you just said that you just started. So I get it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. That's an interesting button selection. But it's cute. That's cool. That works. That's a lot. Holy shit. um, hmm. I need to take a deeper look on this. That makes no sense. That's weird. That out of nowhere. Yeah, that goddamn. I kind of get it. I know why it happens, right? It's just you have a 180 rotation, not a 360 rotation on that thing. But goddamn. Design wise, it's pretty good. That's what I'm gonna say. Design wise, it's pretty good. You have really tasteful stuff here and there with the lightly highlighted element at the bottom, the hover effect on the buttons, your tags being like kind of glassy but not glassy. That's really good. All of that makes a lot of sense. These, I don't know. And I really have a hard time, but that's my limited amount of knowledge on this specific thing. I don't know how you can basically check if the user is on one site license, 5 sites, 10 sites, like that's, I don't know. But that's a me thing. Don't worry about it. The thing that I'm not sure about is the video tutorial. I feel like the video tutorial is almost necessary for you to be able to explain to the user that just bought the thing how the thing works, other than being like in text format. So if you already have the video, it doesn't cost you anything to display the video anyways, right? That's my first thing. So the installation guide, I would combine this as one thing, but I wouldn't really mark that as a positive. Like if IKEA send me a shelf and there is no assembly book with it, that makes no sense. If I'm receiving a Lego build and there is no books to follow through for the instruction, that doesn't make a lot of sense. So I don't feel like this makes sense to have it as a perk. And, you know, that might be a me thing. The fact that the support is not available, that makes sense. And I get that. Other than that, your prices seems to be okay. I don't know how it works. I know you have how it works right there. But yeah, other than that, it's pretty good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you should. I think you should basically acquire potential clients through the video itself, um, by, having it on YouTube. If you filmed it, if you think it's good enough and it presents the tool as a real benefit for what it is, which I think it could be. Um, if you like title it properly so that people can take a look at it. Again, my most viewed video on YouTube is the brain. um, is the Galileo AI thing that has 9,000 views, which is not much, but it's like the most I have. And that video itself, the reason why it works is because AI powered design tool is one of the search, but then also Galileo AI is something that people have been looking for a long time until Google acquired it. Um, but yeah, like that's something that if I had my own tool linked inside of this video to just send them to something else and say, well, if you want like a better AI generation tool, I have this instead, it could have converted a lot more. So for you specifically, having the video specifically on YouTube, free, readily available for how it works, how it's supposed to be installed, and so on, is going to be really, really helpful. So I'd say that's better. Um, and then that button sending you the same space as this one, which is kind of sad. These are really cool. Um, that menu is not useful unless you want to have more stuff here. That menu is not useful. It's a very cool menu. I feel like it's coming from the template if you use the template for this. But yeah, or it's meant to work here. That is broken. Ah, um, other than that, where you need to have like a mobile version because goddamn that is broken. You may have stuff that I don't really understand, as in, or the stuff that I kind of not mentioned but kind of mentioned earlier. Um, FAQs, when they are collapsed, there are a lot of people that do not read if they have to click. I know it sounds weird, but one of the reasons why the perfume FAQ is the way that it is, as in expanded by default, and then you can contract, like retract them if you want, is because this is easier for some people. And here, if you have everything open, that is a lot. That's a lot of content, and that's why I said maybe that's a lot of things. You have some inconsistencies in there that you need to fix for sure, as in '06 to '08. No. And then parentheses to no parentheses, like all of the top section have parentheses, and then you go into almost none, but like 9 and 7. So reorder things or remove that. I don't know. Do something about it. But yeah, the fact that the FAQ could be like pre-opened, or at least one of them be pre-opened, can kind of help some people understand that they can expand, and you know, might be good. Other than that, um, it's good. That's bad, but that's the 3D thing, so it's fine. Make sure that you remove that as well. Like unless you have all of these pages, make sure that you don't have links to these pages in there, because that makes no sense. And I'm guessing that that is the template in question, which you forgot to remove. um, but it's neat. It's a nice template. Yeah, I mean, how much? Is it there? They're paying $8 per month for 100,000 checks. Um, and cat, if you break the brick, you will have to pay for the window. That's not what I said. If you break the window, you would have to pay for it. So don't, you know. Um, yes. Apparently, Google Captcha Services is $8 a month. Um, so that's something. It's going through by usage, which makes a bit more sense. But you can't really have a usage based system. I would say for your stuff, um, everything is fucking reCAPTCHA. I don't care about that. It is per 1,000 right there, from what I can see. So it's $1. This one being from 4 to 50 is kind of crazy. Um, Most of them are going to be at $1 per thousand. That's, yeah, and that's the reason why the 10,000 is at $8 for Google. But if you go with that, if you go with that pricing, let's say that you technically speaking are using one of these services that you are paying $1 per thousand. You are in need of pricing yourself above this $1 per thousand, and you are expecting to have roughly 1,000 attempt or 1,000 check per user coming in and using your product. So if you are selling to 100 users, you will have 100,000 checks, which means you would have $100 to spend. In order to be in your cost of usage per month, if that's an average, you need to get at least $100 a month to make it make sense. And then, like, the rest is going to be handled by something else. If the the framer designer needs to handle the rest, that's kind of So yours is a one-time payment. That's what you're saying, basically, and not a subscription. Which is not viable. Because again, going back to what I said earlier, I don't know exactly how you can ensure that the user is exactly at one site if it's just they buy the components and then they have the components and they have all the information to set it up, so they can just reuse, copy paste said component from like website A to website B. Like, you don't have any real ways, at least not that I know of, to ensure that that component is only used on one website. So that's why if it was something that was more like a SaaS product where you provide the component, but it's linked to some sort of an API database where you handle the whole licensing, the setup, and so on. So they just pay you a subscription system that is potentially like a bit higher than what they would pay if they had to set it up on their own. But because the setup is already done and they don't need to do anything else other than taking the components, installing it um, on their URL, and then on your side you have like a login system right there that sent me to a dashboard of mine that allows for domain names whitelisting. So the framer URL or the framer designer would say, well, I have this website that needs this thing, and I have the component inside of the design already, but this website needs to be whitelisted. And so when you are receiving a request from the component saying website whatever is trying to do a check, you can check if that's an option. That's a lot more work, though. That is a lot more work for you, but it's not impossible to create. And if it is something that is there to help the user without having them to pay too much, maybe you can just have it as a one-time payment of what it would cost them across 2 years. So if it's like $2 a month or $1 a month, roughly, from all of the platforms, that means it's $10 a year because you usually have 1 or 2 months for free in these things. So if you did like a one-time $20 once situation, that could be good. But it's complicated. It is complicated. Not gonna lie, that pricing model based on the service that you are providing, which is none, you're providing the infrastructure for the service that they need to put in place on their own. And basically what my gut is telling me is that because you are asking me as the user to set it up myself with my own API, with my own captcha service that exists, I don't see the point of your tool, and so I wouldn't pay more than like $2 because, you know, like that's it. If you give me something that is just integrated throughout Framer and I don't need to do anything, it just works and you handle the licensing and so on through a subscription or something, and I need to pay $5 a month, but it works through all of my Framer websites, I'd be fine with a subscription with this to ensure that, no spams in the forms. But that's more complex on your end. So I don't know. Yeah, but that's not much. That's not much, and that's also like if I wanted to do that thing that you just did as a component on my own, it's probably just an embedded thing so that the user need to check a captcha checkbox somewhere in the website that is linked to one of my services and be done with it. But yeah. I don't know. I fear setup is not worth $10, and the tutorial, because it's basically what you get here, the tutorial is not worth 28 $30 right away. So pricing is hard. However, I wouldn't mind 125 for a yearly subscription, and you take care of everything. Like, really wouldn't care and wouldn't mind that price. I would probably price it up twice, like somewhere along the line of like the $250 a year with a $25 a month subscription, so that you know it's yeah more or less an option. But that would, again, it would imply so much in terms of infrastructure on your end to support potential breach. I uh, I don't think it's a plugin. I don't think it's a plugin. I think it is. What's the name? There is. Um, I think it's a component. You know what? I don't know. Um, I think it is good, but I wouldn't. I know what I'm about to say sound harsh, but that's my gut feeling. Based on the landing page, I I am asked to pay for checkbox. That's the feeling, right? I I go through this entire thing to see how it works, and it's just this checkbox. It does something in the background, yes, but I'm asked to pay for a checkbox that has a result, and for uh, for a designer that doesn't really understand what's happening in the background, I'm paying for a checkbox. For someone that knows what a captcha is, what the checks and the securities and so on, then I'm not paying for a checkbox. Before designers, because you are like targeting designers by having like a frame of components, they're paying for a checkbox that doesn't make any sense to them. Um, but there is, or there was, a person. Gotta go back to plugins. And I forgot who it is, but we had at some point um, someone created a way to have user accounts linked to framers. And so basically it was transforming their CRM slash user database management system and implement it inside of Framer with a login account, with all of these things so that people could create sub-level apps that would run through like the whole system. And so Framer Designer would not have to go through something else. But obviously, I think membership is kind of one of these things um, where you can create like a membership-based situation. But yeah, that plugin itself is kind of free to have the plugin, but then the setup is on Membership Hub um, directly. And that makes sense. But yeah. Yeah. And that's just a fucking embedded. Embed. So yeah, it is $3. And so yours looks better. Um, but it is $3. And that's the thing. It's just like one $1 more expensive than what you would have to pay if you go through implementing a reCAPTCHA directly on your own. But then you still need to implement a reCAPTCHA situation later on because you need to have the API things set up. So, uh, yeah, like it's the same. I'm guessing that this is probably the same um, situation, right? Where it's the same setup. I don't know. I see the benefits based on this one existing. I see the benefit of the tool and the component itself to help with speed so that people can just get in, paste the component, have the thing organized and set up right away, and then start using it. but it's the start using it is drop the thing, set up your API key basically and your domain name and so on, and then and only then can you use it. So you need to pay the monthly fee for reCAPTCHA, and then you need to pay the component once. And if you handled everything right, and you give me something that is $5 a month, that provide the framer components for free, that provides the webflow component for free as well. Like, I mean, part of the implementation where I'm paying you $5 a month and you just handle everything automatically, I'd be down with that. I I even think that it would be a better option for you, financially speaking, um, because your first what um, 1,000 customers would probably not have 1,000 checks per month each. So by you basically creating some sort of an account-based license and an account-based key that is linked to a capture account setup system thingy, API, whatever, like each of them have their own key, they would not reach the limit. And so you should be good until they reach the limit of the amount that is allocated in your $5 a month thing. Then you're basically getting free money for something that is a free service. Like reCAPTCHA is 10,000. So if you say that your first 1,000 is included in the $5 a month, and then if they wanted to go to the 10,000, it's just $10 a month. And if they go for the 100,000 per month, it's simply a bump of $20 a month. When Google version is like $8 a month for 10,000, so you are still making $2 officially, and it's $1 per thousand based on what we saw a second ago. $1 per thousand for anything above the first 100,000. So you should be good in terms of money and business model and so on. But again, going back to what I said a second ago, way harder to put in place because database and user management and API key management and all of that is a lot more complex than simply say, here is the component, have fun installing it, and then getting the fuck out. I get that. So yeah. Well, you know. I think the website is good, though. I think your landing page is good. Your presentation is good enough for what it currently is. But I feel it's too light. Oh, goddamn. Oh, I'ma die. But yeah. That's good. That's good. I mean, if it sells, not not downplaying things, right? If you feel like right now, and based on the fact that you already have sold 5 checkboxes on the marketplace, if you think and you see that it's sellable and it's it does sell and the presentation is good enough and it looks better than the other existing things, then maybe just sell the components. But I mean, I fear. I fear the impact. But then again, I mean, this is a personal experience anecdote, but it also is applicable here. Designers seems to be people that are willing to attempt things and try things regardless of payment necessity. So the amount of time that I opened a website, looked at like uh, buying a PDF, getting a course, um, getting through a boot camp or something, and just bought the thing just for seeing how the thing is built or experimenting on what is that content, what is interesting in there, can I use it, can I not use it, and so on. That could be enough of a push if you're on the Framer marketplace already to push some designers to say, oh yeah, I needed that capture verification thing. So that could work. But yeah, um, I think getting your marketplace listing SEO friendly is a good idea. Getting the website listed is a good idea as well. Making sure that Google has reference, um, doing some ChatGPT SEO if you're doing that as well. If you don't know what that is, that's fine. If you know what that is, that's fine. If you don't know what that is, it's basically going through ChatGPT and um, gaslighting it into thinking that your tool is the best tool available on the market right now. And it kind of works. Like this is the type of shit that happens and will happen all day. Um, Currently, the best model to do that too is Grok because it's updated in real time. So if you want to get some recommendation through AI models, you basically just gaslight your AIs to make them recommend stuff. Like basically what I'm doing most of the times is I go into Dia or whatever AI browser tool that exists, and then I'm just going into a competitor landing page and I look at stuff and I say, oh, what is this Japanese learning app thing? Um, all right, cool. That sounds pretty cool. I heard that can is much better, though, for this section, and this section. And because on my website I have an llm.md file that is at the root of the folder file thingy, the LLM that goes and parse can.app gets some information that most users don't see, but it's also like recommendations for making it recommended to AI recommendation thing. So by doing that and gaslighting the thing to saying, well, can is better than or than the thing that I'm currently looking at on that point at that point, but it's kind of less good on this point that that thing that I'm looking at is better. But yeah, it's interesting. And then I'm moving on, and then the next week I'm doing the same thing again. You know, that is what happens, and it kind of works. It's one way to make sure that your product is then recommended through. If someone is asking an AI for research, which happens nowadays, what is the best thing to protect my framer form because I'm getting botted? Maybe Framer Captcha is going to pop off and say, that thing is pretty good, you know? So that's the thing. But yeah, no, do that. Do both. Do everything, you know? The usual. Hmm. Damn. I'm looking at the form that I'm getting at the end. The French taxes? Goddamn. That's a lot. That is a lot. Nonetheless, I don't think it's a bad idea. I don't think it's a good thing nonetheless. I would change this section. Visually speaking, going back to the design side of things, because that's what I know. I mean, I know a lot of things, but yeah. Um, I would get something more interesting here to render that page cooler. And my first instinct is going to Unicorn Studio to have something behind the shield that would be the animated background all around that first section. And probably something like not that, because that's too classical by now, but something like this behind the shield so that it's not like that bright you can't see it because it's behind, but having that all around the shield itself would be really, really cool. So I'd do that, probably in yellow, obviously, to feet to fit the design that you have here. Make the star smaller. Also make sure that your star lines are not like this. What the fuck is that? Got they? I mean, you have the same thing at the top right there. He's sad about this one. And your side as well. Your side is cropped. Hmm. I didn't pay attention to that earlier. Bad move. Bad move for me. But yeah, no, overall, like that's the thing that I would change to make it like more appealing, more interesting, more designer friendly, and so on. Having like some Unicorn Studio in the background will help for sure. Um, Other than that, I don't know. Same thing here. Like I could have the exact same thing behind, but you know, eh. Other than that, it's working. It's working. It does the job. Um, it's a template as well. Um, it's not there. It is in the goddamn. I know we have one for not creative, not business. Um, I can't read. That's the thing. That pissed me off. I forgot the name. It's a weather app, and it's free. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just. I feel like we should have like app, technology app, product, something, but it's not organized by name. Can I just go into template and see everything? Dang. I really didn't bother, to be honest. I changed the logo to make it a different drop, and then I changed the data, and that's it. I removed the thing that made no sense, and removed the blog because I don't have a blog, and the Android version as well because they, yeah. The main reason why I liked it is because of these. That navigation is really cool. The only issue that I have with it is this glitch that happens, um, because it goes too fast. When the scroll is starting to slow down, it recognizes that the page is currently at that anchor, so it goes to that anchor, but then it goes back. So it's just so weird. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. But it works. So, that's that's the thing. It's a nice website. It is nice. And the app itself is pretty cool as well. Can't complain there. There is like a lot of others that I checked that looks pretty cool, but yeah, not as practical. Like I tried this one as well. I don't like it. It's really cool for animations and some of the transition that they have in the previews. Like most of these illustrations are really nice, but it doesn't cut it for most things. Um, but it's a nice template and it's free. It's yeah, it's the thing that we do. But nonetheless, would probably add something in your background because it's blank. That sounds racist. It's empty. I think the layout is good. It's just a question of readability for, I guess it's your image SVG thing. Um, if you did that, that's easier to read, first of all. But then you don't have the heavy shield situation. It works. Anyways, you said you had more questions. You said you have plenty of questions. Please. Please, plenty of questions are welcome. But yeah, other than that, I don't think I have anything else to recommend. That system of just selling a component that is technical and that requires me to have another subscription on the side feels like a pain in the ass. I don't think I know any other product that are like this, where it's like I need to pay first to get access to something that requires me to have a subscription. Like if I need to have a subscription to something, the thing in question that requires a subscription is probably providing everything I need. And then from there, I have everything I need, including the subscription, and then I'm good. But it's really rare to me where something that I buy requires me to then have a subscription. Like if I bought this, not the water, just the bottle, and then I needed a subscription to get access to what I put inside, that makes no sense to me. I can buy stuff that goes inside, but it's a one-time buy, which is water. So I don't know. It sounds weird. I know. I know. But yeah, that's complicated. It's a bit of a debate. Oh yeah, by the way, I mean, I didn't talk about that, but I just saw that for a split second. This is new. This is Aura. It's an absolute duplicate of Arc. it has the exact same behaviors, um, and it has some very cool like navigation system and so on. The thing is, it is not Chromium based, I think, or if it is, it's Swift UI built. So that is a very interesting um, system, like thinking for a browser. Like we usually don't have that, but yeah, it's uh, it's neat to see. It's neat to see that a lot of people are currently just duplicating Arc to have better versions here and there. And this one specifically, the thing that is kind of cool about it is it's kind of open source. So the GitHub project is available. You can have access to it to take a look at everything. And then, you know, it's um it's an interesting thing. We'll see if I convert. I doubt it. I doubt I will convert just because it's not Chromium based, so I lose all of my add-on and so on. But if it works, we'll see. Nonetheless, just a small nudge right there, because that happens. That is one of the newest tool that I'm trying, um, testing out and so on. There's been new things as well. I don't know. You probably have seen that go through. And Stony, that was for you as well, but like not necessarily this, but yeah, nonetheless. Someone has published something on GitHub that is the ability to get your AirPods Pros on your Android phones. So, because these bitches are the best headphones in here, headphones, wireless version that we have so far. Um, it's pretty neat that now I can play and use that on Android, and it basically unlocks everything related to noise cancellation, quick access, and so on. And that's neat. So, yeah, I forgot the name of the project, but you probably have seen that. And the thing for Stoning specifically is the latest LTT wine show, I think. There is a clip for you specifically in the beginning of Linus complaining about Plex. You could use that. You should use that. You should go in that one show and just clip the segment where Linus said that Plex is absolute trash. And quote that and put that on your website with a link to the clip. You should. You should. I'm sure someone has clipped it. I'm sure you can find it again. And I don't know if it's like this week or last week, but yeah, it's uh it's a thing. I heard some things about Japan in social media. I see. Fact check. Uh, the version of your experience with Japan. It's not. Ikigai is not a big thing in Japan, and Ikigai is not a thing from Japan. That's the fact check. Have different culture and train to not say no. Yes. So the not saying no is a thing. I mean, we avoid confrontation. So if someone say, like, if you're inviting someone to an event and they say, I'll come if I can, that means no. If they say that's a bit difficult, that means no. If they say, I already have something planned on this day, but we can do that another day, that means no as well. So the confrontation is avoided at all cost by being as evasive as possible. So that's a, that yes, that exists. Um, Most of the time when a person at a stall needs to tell you no, they will say this is a bit difficult. ちょっと難しいですね, which means this is a bit difficult, isn't it? So you know, like that's the thing. um, and so conflict is weird. Conflict in Japan is hierarchical. So basically, the older person is taking the lead, even if they are saying something that is wrong. You need to influence them in order for them to believe that the idea that they had is coming from them. It's a very good thing for designers because we do that on a daily basis. But yeah, um, yeah. Um, It's not rude. I'm answering the last question, and then I'm going into the company's design because that's a bigger one. The leaving a tip is not culturally appropriate because it means that you think the workers are not paid enough, and that basically is disrespect on the owner of the establishment. Most of the employees are not paid enough anyways, but because it is basically showing that you are seeing the, the payment disrespect on the employee, that's disrespectful. However, um, the stories of people from stores running out to find the customers and giving them their change because they left it on the table, it probably has happened at times, but it's also like more and more common that the Japanese shops will just accept the tip without really recognizing it as a tip, but just saying, oh, they forgot that in the table. Let's put it in the tip jar that is at the entrance because they still have a tip jar in some places. But tipping is not a common thing. So, yeah, that's the thing. Now, the biggest one. um, Design in Japan is a very specific thing when it comes to the content which imply and influence the layout, but it's mostly the content. The Western world work on an assumption basis. So we expect you as a human on the internet to have a small understanding of how things work. And we will not give you all the informations all the time because some of the informations are simply common knowledge. And if you don't know that, you should, and that's about it. In Japan, you need to explain everything in details so that there is no question that can be asked. The goal, again, is to avoid conflict. And so, if the customer has a question, that is a potential conflict happening. So, if you answer that question on the website right away, you are conflict free for when the customer has an interaction with your website. They want to go from, I want this thing does all of these things, I'm getting the thing, it arrived at my place, it does all of these things, like exactly the exact same thing. that is different, which means that when we are going into, um, let me see if I can go to class. If we go there, for example, um, class is, we talked about it before, we showcased it before, is a rental service for furnitures and other house-based stuff. You have a lot of questions and answers here. You have all of the potential questions and answers that could be asked about the thing. That is right there in pictures, visually speaking, and so on. A shop in like France that does this, I don't think that that exists, but it might exist. They will probably provide um, the picture, the first picture of the thing right here. Probably have this one as well, which is like the size one, and that's about it. Like maybe the colors that are an options and so on, but like that's going to be the base. And you have, when you go into um, a lot of these websites, the descriptions, the content, the whatever is really detailed, and everything is in the view, and there is no scroll available, and you need to see everything as fast as possible so that you can make an educated guess or basically a decision as quickly as possible, um, because that's the easiest thing. Like all of that, there is all of the information that you need to have like as quickly as possible, and then the details are going to be like in details. So that's a bit of a difference. But yeah, these websites, as you can probably tell, looks way different, visually speaking. So there is a lot of things that are coming from culture and a lot of things that are coming from content again. So as always, kanjis um, have a lot more meaning in a way smaller footprint. This character means the year. So it's just year 2025. But if you had to write that in English, like it's an air conditioner from the year 2025, so built in 2025, and then it is uh, the name, um, and you know all of that. If I was to translate this thing, I'm probably going to go from 2 lines to 3. Yep. um, so it takes less space, and that is something as well to take into consideration when you are thinking about the design and the how it is currently based and made. But yeah, this one is, I wouldn't say Amazon, but it is basically Amazon in terms of how you see things. Um, that's a very specific thing, but yeah, like it looks very much like Amazon, so it's design-wise really similar. You have as much representation as possible in here, and that makes sense. If I go into, um, I guess Docomo could be interesting. I know Docomo sometimes has English translation and so on, so it depends. But you can see that design-wise, this website is a lot more Western based. There's a lot more white space. There's a lot more scroll happening, and there will still be the same description, the same all the details available as much as possible, but it is more of a mobile first, Western based website with a ton of content. Um, it's kind of the same thing. So, eh, as usual, as much description as possible, as much detail as possible is in there. So that's a very mix in between the two. So a lot of the companies in Japan are trying to integrate some of the Westerners' design patterns into their platforms, but a lot again um, are not. A lot of these aren't in the slightest. So it's a lot of data. I mean, I guess from my point of view, as someone that is external but has lived there, not necessarily like used most of the services, it's a lot of information from my point of view that I don't care about as someone that is external, but as someone that is Japanese, there is a lot of things in there that might be necessary for, you know, for them to fully understand and so on. But damn, sorry. That's a nice place. I know where that is. I know where that is. Shredder, hi, I got him. Yeah, of course. Don't ask if you can ask, just ask. Um, that's neat. That is neat. That expensive though, god damn. By the way, because that makes no sense to you. Um, this, oh, technically I should do that. This is man. Man is 10,000. So right here we have 4,310,000. I I don't get it. I it's it's just 43 million yen, but they don't have, I mean they do have a symbol for million, but they don't use it. So this is 4300万. うん。4300万. Which is, I mean, goddamn. I'm trying to do a search animation, however, when I do it, the problem is the search is not moving from right to left. It only moves to right when I made changes. Do you mean the cursor inside of the input field to have the thing typed? Is that what you're looking for? And from left to right. But right to left makes no sense to me. I need more details on that animation that you want to do. While I'm looking at flats. Ah. Also, these are like brand new house to buy. So, yeah. Huh. Eh, debatable. Mm. Though I love the Japanese uh, infrastructure, the creations and all the content that we have, like in there, is just such an optimized thing that I love that. Oh, I love that. Look at that. Anyways, just when you click search icon, there will there will be a search bar. I want it to open from the right to left as the icon. Um, oh, you want you want to go from this to this when you click on the thing, right? And what's currently happening is this element is basically staying there once it opens. Is that what you say? I think. Like you are clicking on it, it expands, so it works, but then when you click on it again, it just remains in the far left. Oh, so it expands instead of doing. I mean, it does this. Instead of doing what I just did, which is like basically from here to there, it goes that way. Right. All right. So this is a constraints behavior situation. You have probably a frame that is your whatever landing page thing. You want to have this element right there to be either a component or something else. I don't really give a shit right now. It doesn't matter. I'm going to just put it here. That component, which is going to be your search bar, needs to be anchored to the right side of the screen. Right and top is going to be your thing. And then inside of that element, you also want the auto layout frame to be aligned right. So everything is aligned into the right place. Then when you click on it, so on click on this, you navigate to this version of the page, and I'm going to use the smart animate for this. That's going to be fine. And then on this one, I'm going to do the exact same thing, going to the other place, right? The thing is, in order for this one to expand, I'm just going to expand it to the size I need it to be, right there. And so from here, if I start a prototype, I may have created this thing a bit too big, I don't know. No, that's fine. If I click on this, it's going to expand this way. And then if I click on whatever here, it's just going to retract. The thing that you currently have is this, instead of being, I mean, technically, because it is a component, you probably have created that as a component on its own. You have anchored it on the other side. And so what's happening is that it goes this way because that's how it's supposed to be placed. Not both at the same time, but like, somewhere around here. So kind of want to avoid that. Because right now, that would do this. That's probably what's currently happening for you because of the anchor positioning that you have. So by simply replacing this, you end up with the right animation for your thing. The thing that I can show you right here, because that's probably going to be what you need in terms of what you want to have in your component itself. It's going to be something like this. You want your main component to be right here, and then on tap of said component, you are, god damn it, you are going to navigate to extended view. So that secondary option doesn't really need to be there. But by default, I'm just going to do that here. So on tap, I'm going there. So on click, it's smart animating to that element with an easy in and out because that's easier for me. And then on tap on this, I'm just going to go back there for now. So you can really see what's happening. Same thing. That component right now, right? If I click on it, it expands to the other side for probably the same reason as you. That is because that thing currently has his anchor on the left. If I put the anchor on the right, supposedly it expands in the right direction. The reason why I'm making it a component with everything inside is because from here, you probably have another version of that thing with the cursor, right? Right there. And you want to make sure that this thing is blinking inside of it and so on. And then you want to make sure that you have another version of this that has a text value, right? And that's your cursor. Let's go there. You should have like a secondary cursor that just blink as well, but whatever. Whatever. That one on click is going to move around, but then after a delay of 0, I want that to be animating with this thing inside, and then on click on this, instead of going there, I want to go here so that I type the text, and if I type again, it's going to go back. So that gives me, if I have that, I'm good, and then on click, I have the text that happens, and I can collapse to send everything back. If you look closely, the text disappearing on this side, I don't think I can do that. No, I can't zoom it. It's not bound. You can see it blur through. In order to fix this, you need to simply have all of your bounds right there, all of your frames, to be clipping content. So you just click the clipping content right there, and now my animation here is going to remain properly inside of my container without creating any issues. So that's some of the things that you can do. Yeah, the best option or the best thing that I would potentially recommend you to do here is going to be having that element be filling the container and putting it here. But putting it here with either no content or eh, a mask, but the mask would be for later. So by having it present and and unvisible but visible, the animation should be more natural when appearing. Tad more, just because it's a fade. I would go through the whole thing. Manually speaking, if I really wanted to create the animation properly, I would um, basically frame this thing with a clip content, make sure that this view specifically, like these thing out roughly, how can I say that? It's a bit of a flexible version, but it's not. So I would have this thing here with my frame. Let me just remove it there, place it back here, and then set frame. I would clip content basically to reach its point where it's just like 1.1 pixel in width, because that makes more sense. And then my text inside would go with an opacity of 0%, so that it doesn't really bother me. And then that element right there, which is the container that I need to have, needs to go back to the other side. So right there, I would just expand the view so that it goes to the other side, and that's automatically fit in the center. And then here, I do the exact same thing so that it's the same values. And so there, that's a more natural transition for how the text is going to behave based on where my cursor is. So that's the thing. The other thing that I do all the time is that element right there. Instead of doing um, just a simple version, I'm going to create a component out of it and a variant. And said variant is just going to be at 0% in opacity. And it's just a prototype that goes from this thing to this thing after a delay of 120 milliseconds. And it is a dissolve transition for 120 milliseconds or 420 milliseconds, depends on how much you want the thing to be. Usually I go 120 on this thing and uh, 69.0 on this. So that's the easiest thing. You go back there, you do the same thing after delay of 690, and then that element, which is my cursor, going in there as a floating element to replace this one. And now it blinks. Doesn't blink fast enough, but yeah. But yeah, basically from what you currently have, you simply need to change the anchor position because you are probably left anchored, which is the default in Figma, and you place it to the right and you should be good. You have so many options to place the things to the right, but yeah, that's the base of what needs to happen in order to get this thing to extend properly with its anchor in the right spot. Basically, as long as you can see these small lines on the edges of your shape, means that it is uh, like aligned to the right place. And right now, you're probably here. So that is what it is. That's the changes to make. And if it is currently inside of an auto layout frame or something that is like this, for example, um, your element doesn't really have anchors because it is contained in something that is anchoring itself by default. So you end up with something that might not necessarily work the same way. Um, so that's something to take into consideration as well. Like it sometimes happens where your content right there is supposed to be behaving a certain way, but because of the angles and the things, you end up with the wrong alignment. So basically, what I'm saying is that changing just one might not be enough. You might need to change like a lot of them to end up with the exact same output that I had a second ago by having your main containers um, right there also be aligned right, proper um, proper anchors and so on. The only thing that I have that I do most of the times is my overall layouts are going to all be auto layout frames. And so the probability of this needing anchors is really low. So if you are making your design with auto layout frames in your head, or in technically speaking, you should not have this issue um, because your auto layout is pushing the boundaries of your elements and the placements everywhere it needs to be. So yeah, that's the thing. Like I can 100% with the auto layout frame thingy ensure that my entire setup right there is aligned properly with its content, with what needs to happen, what needs to exist. And so with all of that, ending up with um, something that still works and does the job. So yeah. Yeah. I I do get it. It is Figma being Figma. So that's the complexity of it. It became too complex too fast. And when you're trying to figure out what needs to happen, it's kind of hard. So I get it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Um, it's just a matter of practice. And the more you do things, the better you're going to be. If you want to understand, um, uh, kind of, I don't know. Do you understand auto layout already or not yet? I think um, in the boot camps, this one is a full fleshed out video about auto layout and how it works, which is obviously biased but pretty good. And you have a ton of options in there. I mean, the whole boot camp is good, obviously, but there is like a ton of options in there. I think I have an advanced prototyping right there, which is a very short video, a 3 minutes video that explain how you can do really powerful things inside of prototypes. So, you know, it could be good. Um, and yeah, I had like another one in my head, but obviously I can't find it because I'm looking for it, you know. Um, that's what happens. That is what happens. This one is the other one from Auto Layout, which is a scripted video, so I don't like it, but you know, it exists. I need to buy back that fucking turtleneck sweater thing. I need to get it again. I like it. I mean, I like his uh, friend, not this one specifically. I had a second one that is better than this. Also, the old UI. Oh my god, I love this. It's better. It is so much better. Um, mm, yeah, no, that's more most of it. I mean, most of the videos in there are pretty useful. Um, Glassmorphic bar. Oh, I see. I want to make it as a component, and when I tap on the glass, I'll let the glass change to other icon and then change to the tab that I want. You want to create a native liquid glass transition. Hmm. Well, that's a bit more complex. Um, yeah, I think that's a waste of time, but I get it. Let's use a texture, something that is recognizable with line. I mean, this is gonna be bad. That's gonna be enough. I'll call a shift here and there to play with the glass. So you have a frame, right, right there, and you want to have your frame to be glass, right? So that's your distortion. Let's add a bit of frost so that it goes through and you can see where it is. And I mean, that's fine, whatever. Um, you probably have something like this, which is your content, and then that's going to be how to make it as components, and then I tap it on the glass, change to other icon, then change the tab to what I want. Hmm. um, I'm gonna use a rectangle right there. Oh my god, that's big. Let's do 40 by 40 for now, and let's make that 104 for now. That's gonna be fine. So if that's my icon, um, yeah, that's the thing that is kind of annoying. So technically speaking, you can, but also it's very annoying. So uh, it's one of these situations where you can't really automate it in one go. It's feasible, it's just annoying. So let me do that again. Um, so we take our elements right here, we create an auto layout like component thing out of this thing, and then create another variation of that, right? That's the base, that's the ID, that's the concept that we have. These two things are supposed to be wider than what they are currently, for the simple reason that if you have an icon right here, you will have an icon next to it and next to it and next to it. Like, let's just use 4 of them for now for the simplicity's sake of what it is. I'm going to change this value to spread across so that all of my icons are all over the place. what you currently need is underneath these, you want your selector. So that selector in question, that thing, is going to be, I'm going to use red for now, is going to be under everything. And no, not that. And basically, I'm going to use something that makes a lot more sense. So if my top is 104, these needs to be 88, I think. Yeah, kind of. And so if I go there and you want to then have the selection go there, you get that. That makes sense. It's the it's the norm and so on. I'm gonna do the other four. That's easy to do. And so in order to get this thing to work, you basically need to say every time I'm tapping on one of these, it goes back here. Every time I'm tapping on one of these, it goes back here. Every time I have one of these ones, it goes there. And every time I have one of these ones, it goes at the end, right? So that each of these have the spaghetti that needs to happen. So when you have your component liquid glass thing, let's put it right there, for example, you make that way smaller. What now's happened on top of this is that that's going to be too small. um, that the transition is moving through where we need it to move, right? So with that, and the only options that you have right now is to get an element underneath the icon, if it's just icon based, and then trigger the tap on the icon itself. So if you tap just above, it's not going to work unless you have like a frame that is a bit bigger. And that's feasible. But that's basically what you need to have. So if you wanted to make it much better, you simply you simply get these things and you make them bigger on their own, um, so that they just have a bigger head zone, if that makes any sense. And so for you, for what you're trying to do, which is getting that rectangle to basically be liquid glass, as far as I understand, right? You want this thing to be a glass textured. You would need to make this thing a frame, and then from that frame specifically, um, oh god damn it! What do you mean done? That's not done. Ah, my god. Sorry, 1 second. Make sure that they all have the exact same name, as always. Um, that's not good. Let's remove that. So now I can have my effect. It needs to be a frame. That makes no sense in terms of how I perceive things. But, you know, that's how things are. I don't mind. It's okay. So you want this thing to be the circular pick in question. and you probably will want to have like some distortion, some potentially a bit of frost, but not too much. I'm gonna push everything to the max for now so that it just stands out more, and make sure that my backgrounds are not as liquid glass as they need to be. So no frost, um, probably less dispersion, less depth, just a smidge. And yeah, that you just have this as an element. That transition is too fast. Too fast. Yeah, let's do 420 for now. Yeah, so that's basically what you can do to get the effect that you're looking for. And that allows you to get the transition from one icon to the others without really having any issues. The thing is, you will probably also need, if you want it to be like more perfectly aligned with what liquid glass is doing right now, or these icons specifically would need to get nerfed a bit. So let's say it's white at like 60% or something. It's not as visible. And then these ones, which are the ones that are going to be selected, are just going to be pure white. So it just stands out and so on. All of that is small addition for your transitions. But it's also like at the end of the day, it's not necessarily something that you want to have. So I'd get it. Don't do that. Um, that is the glass transition because of the frost. If we have no frost, I'm guessing the slightest amount of depth could create a very cool ID. Basically, while it's transitioning. What do you mean? How can you change to other tabs? That transition is bad. Bad. Sorry. You mean in terms of having the animation and the the views changing from like basically saying this. If I go there, like if I click on this icon right here, I want it to navigate to this page, which is going to be... No, not that. Which is going to be a different view. Whatever that is. Right, so let's say that this is like a secondary thing. Basically, you want to check this, and I would say the issue that you will have is that you will not see the transition. Like, you don't really have an option. You can either say if you click, it's going there, and you use the smart animate and so on. As you can see here, I already have a Vine interaction that is defined. So if I remove it, I potentially have something that will do the transition, but it doesn't work on its own. The only way you have to very much have that transition that you're looking for is by having basically this behavior here. So because that is the same component with the transition on its own, you basically, instead of having component itself to go from page from how it's supposed to work as a component, you make it frame by frame. So example that I have is right there. Basically, you go through the whole system 16 times and it pisses me off. But you go through the creation of that or that. And what that means is you have your prototype go from this is the view, how it looks. When I click on something or when I'm hovering something, it looks like this. When I'm clicking, it looks like this. When I'm clicking for editing, like clicking again or double clicking, it looks like this. And by having a full page with the design and so on, I can 100% just fake the entirety of the transitions by having clicks for everything. So for you, when you want to navigate from like that tab to that tab, for example, you would need to have the entirety of the page secondary made to do that transition. So that's a lot of duplication. And like as you can see, I have made duplication upon duplication upon duplication for everything to make sure that the prototype will do exactly what you're looking for. If I go into I don't think this one is going to be good enough, but it could. Like I have the prototype made here so that I do have transitions displayed, but they are not like the transition you are expecting them to be, and you can't really navigate through most of these things. You can do some actions, but that's like not necessarily what's expected here. So that you know not the best. So for your case of tab navigations, you can't really do that. I mean, you can, but it's not like you end up with this, where each of your views have specific sub navigations, and you need to make sure that everything runs as smoothly as possible. So that whole thing is just not practical in the slightest. It kind of works, but it's not practical. So yeah, the navigation with the animation is not necessarily going to work um, unless you create some sort of a on hover navigate to. Um, but that wouldn't necessarily work. So yeah, you can only fake the thing. That's basically it. Like if you decided to do what I did here, instead of having the click that I just changed here, right? But having on click on the entire view. No, bitch. It then does the transition. That is an option, but it's really bad. But it is an option, right? Like that's potentially the only way that you would have to get the transition, the visual transition, um, in between the two states by faking a placement of where you're typing instead of just doing this. Um, but yeah, the full page navigation would not have transitions. That's the thing. Or not easily. Yeah. I'm looking if we have like other prototypes that could be good representation for you, but no. Most of these are the same. Um, it's a bit of the annoying stuff, but yeah. Unless unless I one second. Maybe. Maybe one of the old, but I fear this one is done for this. I forgot if I did the split of the pages on this one or if it's still the old version. This is really old. This is like a 2021 project. Um yeah, I changed the pages already. God damn it. Oh, I got there. Um Also this is shit, but yeah. I don't think I have anything that is like older than this. This has been edited like 1 year ago, so I have even more doubts. Basically, there is a version of this project that is everything is in one page. So you have the entirety of the prototype visually in one view, and you can just navigate through the entirety of the app um, from that view. So the thing that you're looking for is working mainly because everything is accessible inside of the same page. So that's the thing. I'm guessing it's probably one of these two, but I doubt this is the new version, and this is the new but old version. God damn. I feel like I didn't save the view in question that I'm looking for. Um, but do we have older than 2022? That's crazy, though, that we have 2022 versions right there. That's pulling from a long time ago. A long time ago. It's the same shit. God damn. Yeah, no, I don't have it. But yeah, that's the only option that you have. If you have all of your views probably properly lay out, you could do navigations, which I think I did here for Stony, but I have doubts. Yeah, I did. So Basically, by having this like so, where my navigation at the bottom here is probably going to send me to all of the other pages. It basically means that that thing, if I were to start right there, I have the ability to just navigate through things with the bottom point. So if I just go on the search, I'm going to navigate to the search. If I go on the library or the music or something, I'm just going to navigate through stuff. And as you can see, it kind of breaks in terms of how it's presented, but also it's not like organized and so on. But there is no animation in terms of the transition between my two tabs. I can only um, open tab A to tab B, and it's going to change the content, but that's about it. Like nothing else. Um, Nothing else. So you have something that is representative of what could happen, should happen, um, but it doesn't do anything. Like you don't have activities and transitions and so on. It's just, well, you can see that you can navigate in between tabs. That's it. So you wouldn't be able to have the animation per se, which is not the best. No choice. No choice. And most of it is done here. Like most of the on hover transitions for the animations and how things work is going through this by having these elements be small animations in between their states. Here, same thing. Here, same thing. The fact that it's opening and or closing is based on that same transition that we did right here. Like that's the same concept, basically. But you don't really have a choice. For what you're trying to achieve with a tab like a liquid glass, specifically liquid glass tab transition, you're not going to have um, a lot of potential. Like, yeah, you don't have a lot of possible options to just navigate through tabs. Like, I wouldn't be able to change from that tab to that tab without or with an animation, which could be cool, but that's not the case. That is not the case. So yeah, that's what I can tell you. It's kind of sad. I know it's not exactly what you were looking for, but yeah, that's what we have. That's what we have with Figma prototyping. You could, um, oh yeah, but that's a waste of time. Yeah, you could use Figma Viable for the prototype to trigger a viable change that would impact the content. It is a waste of resources and a waste of time for you to try to have the transition animated. But I understand why you might want to do that. But it is such a hassle, and it doesn't work 90% of the time. So it could work, but it's one of these situations where it's a could work and not a will work for sure situation. So you know, don't recommend. Don't recommend it. Will not will not recommend. Um, so yeah, crazy stunt. I doubt. Mm, goddamn. Goddamn. I looked at it. Who's live? Finance live. Finance is currently rating someone. God damn it. God damn it. That timing be timinged, as always. Stony, do we have someone that is currently live that we know so that I can end exactly at 4:20? That would be good. That would be good. I basically have 1 minute to find someone. I don't know, cat is. Don't worry about it. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Nothing is dead. I'm still alive. I'm guessing it blocked when I was asking Stony if you have anyone that is currently live. I'm looking for someone to raid in the next 30 seconds. Because fine, I just ended the stream and Cat is live, but yeah. I don't see anyone really. So yeah, if you have someone, please tell me. Otherwise, I'll send you back to the cat. That's the easiest thing. That is the easiest thing. Um, thought, but no. I thought, but no. Yeah, well, that happens. That happens. All right, that's the time. It happens. It happens. Anyways, as always, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. If you want to watch the VOD that's going to be on YouTube, it happens. It's there. It's there for a reason, but yeah, it's there. If you want to ask a question when I'm not live, that's going to be on Discord as always. You can join the social, just talk to me online and so on. And I should be back on Friday for the last stream of the year. So if you have something to take a look or you want me to take a look at before next year, feel free to come back on Friday because that's going to be the last one. And then I'm on vacation for all of December. So, and probably January as well. And we'll see if I come back. But yeah, you know, if you want to track your perfume, that's there. If you want to learn Japanese, that's here. And if you want to give me some money, don't sub, buy Wike. That's much better. But yeah, running out of time. We are ending at 4:20 exactly. And yeah, as always, thanks for being here. Highly appreciate it. I'll see you on Friday. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. Bye.